Hello farmers, and welcome back to Riverview on Farming Simulator 25. It's the midweek. Hope everyone's having a wonderful Wednesday so far. I am standing currently in our new wheat field that we bought yesterday because, well, we sold a lot of lettuce. And that allowed us to buy a pretty big field. This field here is 5.55 hectares. And, yeah, the other farmer did a pretty good job on the field, other than it needs to be plowed, but just got to let that be. But yeah, we got a field of wheat, 100% fertilized, and yeah, the only thing, like I said, it needed is to be plowed, but they'll have to wait until next time. My farmer is ready to go. The snow did melt in between streams. We got that taken care of, and yeah, it's time to get to work. So let's go ahead and let's get on the road and start doing something. I think I'll grab the McCormick, and we got to go spread lime, or a worker will, at least. Maybe I will to start the day. We'll spread the lime ourselves. Hello, Sirwell, John, Panther, Formidable, Shane. How's everyone doing? So right now we're saving up money to buy the sugar factory, which is going to cost us $240,000. And currently, there's not really any jobs out there for me to do. At least, not paying well enough for me to go out and want to do anything. So, just going to go ahead and work in our own field so far this month, and then move on to April, where I can plant sorghum. But we got to get our sugar beet field up and going in this month here. Alright, just turn around here. I probably should actually move that seed hut now that, you know, we got more land. We got the farmyard up on the hill. Probably better to have the seed hut up there instead of right there. Oh, this tractor could use a good cleaning. It's a little filthy, as farm equipment does tend to get once in a while. So we did buy this field yesterday, in case you missed it. A field of soybeans. Had a little bit of a problem with the field because I took it as a contract so the farmer wouldn't harvest it, and that led to one thing, which led to another. But in the end, we finally got there. You know, I didn't think this side of the map was as big as it is when I said, we should buy all the fields on this side here. Then as I start to travel around it, you start to realize how much land that would actually be. Don't think I'll be buying the sheep/goat pen though. I mean, I might buy the property, but as for the pen, I don't think I want to be raising any goats or sheep. Definitely not goats. Sheep, possibly, I guess. Alright, here we are. Finally reached our field, which is going to be, like I said, sugar beet here very soon. Hopefully this is enough lime for what I got to do down here. Should be. I don't think this field's that big. We are now in year number 5. And yeah, the farm is doing rather well for itself. Like I said, we're saving up money now, $240,000 for the sugar factory. And then at that point, I may start nibbling away at our $2 million loan just to get rid of that. Because I am paying, I think, $6,666 a month in loan interest, which is, you know, as far as I'm concerned, not a lot, but over a year, that gets to be up around, what, $75,000 in loan I'm paying on, so would be a good idea to maybe start paying off that as we go along. I did realize, so when I went down to the sugar factory in yesterday's stream, I found out where the sugar pallets are going to spawn. I'm like, oh, that's kind of a tight area. And I was like, you know what? It doesn't really matter because probably put the sugar on distribute. But then last night I got to thinking that's probably not going to be a good idea because I have a couple factories that want sugar. So unless the production revamp mod comes out here pretty soon, yeah, I'm going to have to probably distribute the sugar myself. Because I want most of it to go to the bakery. I want a little bit of it to go to the dairy productions. Because we do got 2. And I would want to make some chocolate. Oh, I'm doing a terrible job at spreading the lime. Although I must say, I'm still kind of sleeping in a sense. I haven't even been up an hour yet. So my brain is still just waking up itself. Well, let's try to get this covered as best as we can. Yeah, I was thinking about merging these fields down here. But then, of course, we got all these trees right behind us. Do I own those trees now? I don't know if I do or don't. Not sure what I would do with them. I own most of them in there. It'll be kind of hard to get those trees up to the sawmill. I guess I could... Oh boy, that'd be probably rather expensive to move the sawmill down here. I do got the mod that allows me to move placeables, but that's quite a far ways off. And it would take a while to actually get through all those trees, I think. So I'm not sure I would know what to do with them. I mean, I suppose we could buy all 3 fields and just leave the trees in the middle. And let the workers hopefully get around the trees. Yeah, probably should have spread lime in the field first, because after I plow the field, when you go against the furrows of the plow, tractor doesn't like that too much. Oh yeah, probably should have checked to make sure that the lime is actually going on, because like I said, I kind of goofed up this field a little bit yesterday by taking on a contract and buying the field. And, well, if you were here, you know what I'm talking about. It was kind of a mess. And we harvested the field, but it did not lose the fertilizing stage of it. So, yep, does not say it requires lime, so that is working. Yeah, you can still see it's 100% fertilized after we harvested the soybeans. So, I mean, that's looking good, though. Hello, Branding. How are you doing today? Alright, just a few more passes and we can grab the Fendt 1050. We'll come down here with our planter and pop in our sugar beet. And yes, we do have our root crop harvester. and header sitting back at the farm, so we're all set to go there. Oh yeah, a whole bunch of mods that did drop on the mod hub today. I don't think there were any new maps for today. But man, mods are coming out so darn fast. It's hard to keep track of them all. Wonder how Giants is doing on catching up on the mod list that people have been submitting over the past few months. In case you missed it yesterday, the modder that made this map Riverview did say that there's an update that will be coming to Riverview, but it will require a new save game, unfortunately. So if you are playing on the map or plan on playing on the map sometime soon, might want to wait just a bit for the update to come out. I don't think he said what the update was bringing, but I do know there's an update coming to Riverview that will require a new save game, so just be aware of that. Let's go back to the farm and wash off this thing. Then after I get the sugar beet field all planted, I need to check on everything on the farm because I did not get time today before the stream to check on like the greenhouses. I know the chickens probably need some feed, and probably the cow barn needs to be taken care of by bringing the milk up to the dairy or down to the dairy, depending on what dairy you want to bring it to. I think our dairy up here on the hill is starting to get backlogged on the milk a little bit, so probably got to bring it back down to the one at the harbor. Although that one is processing soy milk. So with that wheat field to our left, we're going to have a lot of wheat grain to bring down to the grain mill this year. Make a whole bunch of flour. Although I think our bakery is getting backlogged probably on the flour because we're not using a whole lot of it yet. Yeah, it's looking a little bit better. And why not? We're here, might as well spray it off. Don't grab the pressure washer. There we go. Take it nice and slow, back it on in till you hit the back wall, and then you can drop it off. All right, the 1050 Fendt. Half full of fuel, so that's good enough. And I think we'll just turn around like this. Switch that over to sugar beet. If I can find it. There it is. I think we got enough, well, I don't care about the fertilizer, and I think we got plenty of seed. Hello, Skender and Lisa. Welcome. This planter is a little bit on the wide side, but if the ideal combine can come on down through here, the planter should have no problem, right? Just gotta stay focused. I drive right down the center of this road, or else the planter probably will clip the hedges. I think I might be a little bit ambitious when I said I want to buy all the fields on this side of the map. Or maybe this looks like a lot more because we are kind of zigzagging back and forth a little bit. You're not that late, Skender. Don't worry about it. Alright, let's get ourselves some sugar. Well, at least starting the process of sugar. The only thing we've done so far is put lime in this field that we bought yesterday. And now we're planting our sugar beet, so haven't missed a whole lot. Yeah, let's get that little corner piece. Hello, Jason. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Yeah, so after this, we'll go back to the farm and check on everything. Now you can kind of see why the name of the map is called Riverview. Seems like everywhere I go on this map, I got a view of the river. Hello, Denard. Welcome. I'm not sure if the yeast is where the money is, but we need it to run the bakery a little bit more. Brutal day at work so far. Happy to be able to lurk while we work through the afternoon. Well, hopefully the stream goes well enough to make your afternoon better. So Lisa's field, I did plow it, so I'm not going to get any weeds in this one. Yeah, our big purchase yesterday was the wheat field. That cost us like $410,000, was it? Might be a little bit too much wheat for our grain mill to go through. But we'll see what happens when, let's see, that'd be July. July or August, depending on when that farmer planted that wheat. I won't believe what you caught last night. A megalodon? Because, I mean, that I would not believe. Although some people still think maybe a megalodon may exist out there somewhere, which they may be. It's a darn big fish, man. But I bet you it was exciting to battle the fish and bring it on in. Hello, Tim. Maybe that's what Champ is. No, I don't think Champ is a megalodon. Lake Champlain's not that big. I mean, it's big, but it's not that big. Yeah, this planter, by the way, this planter is on the mod hub. Plants what a seeder and a planter can plant, and it's a direct planter, so it's a nice planter to have. I did modify it a bit. The working speed should be at 7, but I modified it to plant at 11. Sold it directly to the docks. Was worth the trouble. You say trouble, but I bet you it was you had more fun bringing in the fish, and getting paid for it at the same time is like a bonus. Hello, Vitamin Protein. Welcome. It's not a big field that we're doing here at sugar beet, but I hope it yields pretty darn well, so I get enough sugar for the first year. Like I said, we could always we'll see how this field does on the yield of sugar, or sugar beet. And really, once that sugar and yeast come in, I got to really look at the bakery and see what we want to be making. Because our options, we're going to have plenty of options to make something. Right now, we're just making pizza. Hello, Crystal, and welcome. A good Wednesday to you. Alright, 2 more passes and the sugar beet field is all set. Now we just gotta wait until October. And voila. Hello, Doris and Farmer G. Welcome. See, mods drop. Yep, another page and a half worth of mods at least. Giants have been dropping mods so much the past week and a half. Should keep some people content for a little bit. Yeah, I told myself, don't read chat when going up and down this road. And what are you trying to do? You're trying to read chat. Might as well get the planter right on here because got to plant sorghum next month. So, is there a way for me to get to my field? I think so. Hang on a second. I think I want to go down this little piece of the road. Oh yeah, since I own this wheat field now, I guess I could smooth out this road if I wanted to. Although I don't take this road that much. Yeah, animal food calculator, that'd be a nice mod to have. It's always nice to know how much food you need for the next year. Brakes don't work well in 1050. Now I'm kind of stuck. Come on, baby, turn. There we go. Alright, we'll get this all set up. This needs to be switched over to sorghum. Somewhere. There it is. Hello, Jay. How you doing? When is the big stump grinder coming out in 22? For 25? I'm not sure what the big stump grinder is. There's a couple options you do have. Alright, so I need to get caught up on my factories. Like I said, I didn't have much time to check today before I logged in. Still going through some soybeans down there. That's okay. Methane, grain mill should be all shut down for the year. Yeah, greenhouses need water badly because they're out. The dairy production on the hill, okay, that's almost out of milk. And the wood we're almost through. Chickens need some food, we do know that. And we got tons of milk to bring up, so we got stuff to get to. Yeah, let's use the McCormick. Grain trailer over here. Let's go ahead and we'll feed the chickens first. So yeah, I do have a bigger grain cart now, but that's not going to work well for feeding the chickens. So I'll have to make a few trips with this. I only got 28,000 liters of sorghum? How much food do the chickens have currently? April, May, June. Yeah, we just got to go 3 more months, so that should be plenty. They're going through about 10,000 liters a month, so yeah, I do got enough. Here you go, ladies. Hello, Miles, and welcome. No, I'm not going to be doing anything more with sawmills, really. I'm trying to take a break from doing sawmill work. Don't really need to be merging fields together too much. I mean, if the opportunity's there, maybe I will, but I don't want to be cutting down forests just to merge fields together either. I assume the tanker is going to be down here. Hello, farmer. How you been? Oh, the JCB is already on the water tanker, so let's go ahead and do that. And, well, it's got plenty of water in it. Yes, also yesterday we did hit my pallet limit on the map. Because I had so many pallets of lettuce out here. May have to put down one of those storage sheds down here for lettuce somewhere at some point. Took almost all the water. Alright, bring the milk to the top of the hill after I saw that dairy is pretty much out, so that should be fine. Almost 35,000 liters of milk. Actually, I probably should start making some, I think, bottled milk. Yeah, I'm not. Well, I'm not going to need it until like November anyway, so that's a long ways off. So, yeah, maybe hold off onto that for now. Just keep making butter and cheese. See if I got any methane to sell. Yeah, I got some. Again, this little marketplace here, this is just to sell methane. And since I got the tanker, we're just doing some stuff. Let me go grab the slurry. Oh, did I move that manure yesterday? I want to say I did. But looking at the pile, probably not. Oh, 72,000 liters of slurry. The cows are starting to really produce the liquid and solid fertilizer out of here. Hello, Terry. How you doing today? I'm guessing we probably may have 100,000 liters of manure to bring up here. Alright, so move the slurry, move the milk. Still got to top off the greenhouses with some water. But let's go ahead and get liquid fertilizer into them as well. But for that, I need to do a little bit of calculations. 2,000, 4,000, 6,000 would be good. And not much more than that. 59.67. And our greenhouses are pretty much all set. Let me get a little bit more water in here and make sure this one over here has got enough. Half full should be good enough for me. Alright, let me get back into the McCormick. And we'll grab our trailer and start moving that manure around. I would like to use the bigger grain cart, but I won't be able to unload it into the processing building on the hill. Tried that yesterday. Was that yesterday I tried it? Yeah, I think that was yesterday. Didn't work out too well. Oh, we're up to almost 128,000 liters of manure. So that's like 5 trips with this trailer. But it's just up the hill. I mean, really, that trailer I use on fresh stocks would be nice, but on a map like this, that trailer is kind of long. That could cause some problems going up and down some areas. Nope, not sure about Robert. I mean, yesterday was Tuesday, so that'd be like one of his exercise days. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to build a bridge up over the cows. I mean, the building is just right there, so it's not like I got to go far, as I mentioned earlier. But we could always upgrade our trailer at some point, if I really want to. But even getting like a truck with a semi-trailer, not sure that'd be good here either, because not that much room to maneuver around up here. So I do believe in the last month, I think we've almost doubled our production of milk. I think we had 40 cows reach the age now where they're producing us some milk. So that's going to be nice for our dairy productions moving forward. So I think after I get all this manure shifted up here, I think we can go on to the month of April. Again, there's not any good contracts out there, at least when I checked earlier. No, not really. Alright, this trailer and one more, and that'll be good enough. I did leave the forage wagon up here, so I'm wondering if I got some silage for the cows. Hello, Robert. Welcome. Hope you've been well. Alright, Skender, go out and get that wood chop, see if you did your chores beforehand. Makes life a little bit easier. Alright, that's mostly all the manure brought on up. A bit sore is a good thing in a way. A lot sore, probably not so much. Alright, let's just park this trailer up here for now. We'll park it in the silo bunker. Let's see if I got some silage up here to give to the moo cows. Yes, we do got silage. How are the cows actually doing on silage? Am I actually keeping up with them? Or are they starting to use more than what I can keep up with? Yeah, I may have to start thinking about sometime soon. So maybe see how the money is by the end of the year. May have to get one of those other grass fields over here. We do have two options. We got this one right here, which is, oh, that's 258,000. And that one is 207,000. I mean, the closer the better. Let's see. Was there anything in the sale page? Because, oh, another another auger wagon. Well, I got one. Don't need two. And this doesn't hold everything like the other one does. Here you go, ladies. Where's wood chips in sawmill? The one. If you're using the sawmill that I use on fresh stocks, that modded sawmill, there on either side of the building, there's spawn points on both sides of the building. So the wood chips would be on the back side. How much is field 25? Where's field 25? That's like 273,000. Right next to our sugar beet field. But I would rather buy a field that's already grass. Let me just visit here. Well, it doesn't need plowing, doesn't need liming, so this field here is a good candidate for doing something like that. Alright, so I think we got everything caught up because, yeah, we just skipped through winter at the end of the last stream, so had a lot of stuff to do here. Plus the snow was really deep. We got a lot of snow the past winter. Yeah, it did take a while for that snow to melt. I guess we'll leave that parked right there. Is there anything I should be selling today? I mean, I don't think March is a great time to sell anything, and no, not really. A lot of red arrows there, so not the best. Just tabbing through. Yeah, I think we're all set. Oh, the one thing I can't do, though, is I can't just speed up time, or I just can't sleep through the night because the eggs. So we got to go until at least 10 o'clock at night. Well, rain's better than hail. Yeah, so it looks like when I harvest the sorghum, as long as we have a full feed trough for the chickens when I harvest the sorghum, and then put another 20 to 30,000, well, probably 30,000 liters of feed into the silo, that's good enough for the chickens for the year. And yeah, right now we're just stacking the eggs here. When I get a good pile, then we'll put them into the shed. So just wait for this pallet to get full, and then we'll sleep through the night. All right, nighttime. All right, we'll feed Sam. I'll check the sale page, and yep, nothing there that I have interest in. Oh, yep, let's take care of the chickens first thing. Yeah, going to bed at 10 o'clock at night, the chickens do not fill up their eggs by 8 o'clock in the morning, so 10 o'clock is a good time to do it. All right, let's go and tab over to the 1050 and start planting our sorghum. Hello, Ronnie. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Wednesday so far. And also, very much appreciated for rejoining as a member and staying a member of the Unsalted Club. So we got 2 fields of sorghum to plant. These fields will need to be weeded in May. I am keeping the other seed drill that we have, the Bednar, because if I ever get around to where I got a lot of fields to plant at once, it's good to have a second drill around the farm. May cut back on how many contracts we've been doing, although it's going to be kind of hard to pass them up once in a while. But the farm is making some pretty good money at this point. Yeah, having this bigger planter this year compared to last year, making these jobs a little bit quicker. Yeah, we did have some hail damage in this field, but being a direct planter should get rid of that no problem. Wish you could use your Prime support here on YouTube instead of just on Twitch. Well, they're owned by different people, so yeah, that'd be kind of interesting. Mr. Anderson, hello, how you doing? Are you doing the English map? Yep, we are on Riverview. Been here for a couple weeks, actually. As you may have seen in the upper right-hand corner, we're actually in year number 5 right now. Hello, Anita, and welcome. We are planting sorghum. But I mean, kind of speaking of Twitch a little bit, I would like to stream on Twitch at the same time as I stream here. The issue being is Twitch does not allow you to stream in 4K. And I haven't found a way to stream on here in 4K and on Twitch in... I think the best way to stream on Twitch would be in 938, not actually 1080p. I could stream on here and Twitch at the same time if I were to only stream in, let's just say 1080 resolution. Then I could stream on both at the same time. I do like the looks of this, I mean, I think it's a Valtra planter. Definitely has a little bit of a unique look to it. I should just double check with this planter, make sure it is planting where this hail damage was. Looks like it is. I'll check when I get done here. Been busy. Have the same map. It is nice. White to start, that I have so many things on the farm to begin to work with. Oh yeah, I guess the starting farm, which I did not know, is actually where I'm starting, so. Until you guys told me that when I was starting to buy land and bought where all the sheds were, and you guys said, that's the starting farm. I was like, oh, it is? Okay. Hello, David. YouTube auto quality is giving me 720. Well, you should be able to select it up to 4K. Because I do have it on my other screen, and I'm watching myself in 4K. I hope you're having a good day, David. Thanks for dropping on in. While it's folding up, maybe just make sure that we did plant where the hail damage was. Where am I? Need to be here. Yep, looking good. Looking real good. And now we're going to go up here and plant this field. Doesn't seem long ago where we just had a few fields on the farm. Why I'm backing up terribly. And more sorghum for the chickens. Yeah, I think I got rid of all the trees over here that we cut down. Yeah, all the trees have been brought to the sawmill. I'm not sure if I want to merge this set of fields with the ones in front of us. I think keeping them separate is good enough. Starter farm also starts with fields 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 16. Every time I check out a map, I always start from scratch, so I have no idea what the starting farm looks like or whatever. And I didn't know this was the starting farm because there's a lot of areas on the map that could have been the starting farm, where all the sheds are. Let's see. I probably should check to see if there are any plowing contracts out there. Something that might be kind of quick for some good cash, but you wouldn't think any plowing contracts would be up in April. We're going to have to wait until like July, once harvest season gets really going. I probably should also check, not that it matters too much because I don't have control over it, see what the weather is going to be like this year. Because we had a couple months last year with some twisters. Well, I mean, after this month, looks like we got rain every month. But I don't see hail, and I don't see any twisters. At least not yet, we don't. How big is this planter? I think this planter is 11 meter wide. And yeah, this planter, as I mentioned, will do the crops that a seeder can and what a planter can. It's a direct drill, as you can see. But yeah, the one thing I definitely did do was the mod working speed is 7 miles an hour. I edited the XML file so we can plant at 11. So if you just download the mod off the mod hub, the only difference is it'll plant at 7 miles an hour, not 11. And yeah, it's a very cheap planter as well. I think base cost is like $109,000. So it's very cheap too. I think I got all the options on the planter that I could have. So after I get done with this, I think I'm going to be done with the month of April. We'll just fast forward time so we can collect our eggs. And I'm going to get on to the month of May, where these two fields will need to be weeded and when our grass field will need to be cut. And then, yeah, probably, we'll probably get right into harvest season in today's stream. The way it's going, it seems like the time frame on this map is going by quicker than like what we did on fresh stocks, because I mean we're in year number 5 already. Like I said, we should be getting to the harvest season today. Well, if you're saying this planter is kind of maybe small for the Michigan map, you may want to use the Seed Hawk like I was using on fresh stocks. Although that's not going to do all the crop types. It'll I mean, 18-meter wide direct drill is nice. And then if you buy the Kenzie direct drill planter, you're all set. Yeah, the Seed Hawk is rather expensive. I mean, if you're playing on... if you got big fields like that, and from what I think I saw you say what you're earning for contracts, it's a good investment because it's just going to make your job a lot quicker, which is well worth it. I kind of like, for making videos and streams and whatnot, the fields on this map here, just like on Riverbend Springs, those size fields are about the right size. Same thing with Penye. Fresh stocks, those fields were starting to get like that sunflower field that we harvested. That field was huge. Although it didn't really take that long to harvest that size of a field. We did pretty good. Although we did have 2 harvesters in the field. Still took us like an hour and a half. Yeah, technically, isn't there like 2 Michigan maps now? The first one's like Prairie View. And then, of course, the one that got released a couple days ago. Field's looking a lot better without the weeds in it. But then again, every field looks better without weeds in it. Oh yeah, Frankenmuth is a Michigan map as well. What's with all the Michigan maps? What's with all the Michigan farms going on? So this is our last field I need to plant for the season. Oh, it's the same modder did all three. Well, that makes sense, I guess. All right. Planting in year number 5, at least for year number 5, is complete. All right, another thing I thought about after the stream yesterday was I want to create an opening for this wheat field here. So let me go ahead and find... I see it there a couple times. Oh, there it was. Don't know if I'm on it now or not, but I think I am. Yeah, there we go. Let's open this up a little bit. Do I need to open it up more than that? Sure, why not? I don't think that's working. There we go. Give ourselves a nice opening to our new wheat field. There we go. That'll give us plenty of room to get in there. Easy does it. Can you demolish hedges in construction mode or not? I'm not sure. Let's see here. Trying to figure if I want to demolish any hedges. We'll try here. Enter demolish mode. Because I don't think... No, it does not look like it. You're going to have to do it with a chainsaw. You're going to have to do it with a chainsaw, it looks like. Alright, let's speed up some time here. How did our cows do for milk overnight? Yeah, they're making a lot more milk. More cows, of course. Like I said, I should have plenty of chicken feed to get through until harvest season. So it's got to go until 10 o'clock at night. All these eggs. Although, I will be bringing some of these eggs on down to the bakery once we get the sugar process really going. But we have to get to October, then we'll start figuring out some recipes. Some of our greenhouses may get changed over a little bit. Couple more hours and we'll call it a night. Yeah, I'm going to need to do some contracts if I want to buy that sugar plant this year. Alright, I think that should be fine here. Let's go ahead and hit the snooze button. Best price for eggs is not until, like, November, so got a long ways to go. Sale page. I wonder if that would be a better one. Is that a tipper? No, I think it would just come right out the back. 52,000 liters, so it's not as big as the one we got, the grain cart, but still 52,000 liters is better. Because maybe I'll sell the cart that we got, because that one's a little bit more difficult to get into certain areas. But then again, it's only like double, I don't want to say only double the capacity of the current trailer that we got. Alright, let's see, we got a few things to do here. Yeah, I guess I'll load up these eggs. Get them put away. Of course, you got to move them a little bit closer than that. They're fine. They come out hard boiled. And let's get these into the shed. Alright, so the grass field needs to be mowed. Pick up the mower, there we go. Unfold. That's the wrong button. Lower that down. Let's see, McCormick. You get on this. Gonna have to go buy some silage additive sometime soon. Ah, there we go. I got enough. I must have enough eggs inside the the shed again because the auto glitch is coming back. We'll get this set up, but I need to jump into the JCB. Need to go up and get the hoe, and they can start weeding, as you can see, these fields down here that we just planted. So is the audio glitch back? Yep. So you get enough eggs or enough pallets in that shed, you get too close to it, you'll get the audio glitch. At least now we know what causes it. Alright, weed be gone. What is going on though? Like I said, I'm going to have to get some contracts done because, yeah, I'm not bringing any money in currently, and I still need another, like 140,000. So that worker should be following me, which they are. I mean, I do have until October to buy the sugar plant, but I want to buy it sooner rather than later. I have to check my stock market page after I get done cutting this grass and seeing. I mean, the butter and cheese does seem to peak a few times a year, so maybe we'll get lucky this month. So I'm pretty sure we got a good amount of it. Yeah, I think with the amount of cows we're starting to get, I think the next field I need to purchase is going to be that grass field. Just to make sure we can keep up with them. Somehow I got my hazard lights on. Not sure how I did that. Turn those off. I have no idea what button even is for the hazard lights. Is that set of mowers a mod, and what's the cost? Yeah, these mowers are on the mod hub. Working width is like 12.5 meters. And the cost is for money. I could check on the cost for the mowers for you in just a bit. Let me finish cutting this grass, which won't take me too long. Yeah, but these mowers are in the mod hub. They're 3 meters wider than, I forgot the name brand, but the base game mowers. Looks like we got a little bit of fog up here in the grass field this morning. So like I said, we just got to mow this grass field today. When I say today, I mean in the month of May, and get the 2 fields weeded. Yeah, the Big Crone M, I do believe, as a mower is overrated. But on third-party websites, there is a couple of different Big Crone M's out there that have the PTO shaft on the back. But still, the Big Crone M is rather expensive for the working width, but I think one of the ones with the PTO shaft on it is wider than the base game one. The Big Crone M mod with the PTO shaft and hitch mod dropped this week. Well, I missed that one. I did not know that was even on the mod hub. I mean, as for the base game, the only really benefit I see with the Big Crone M is you're not using, I mean, it's got its own thing, so you don't need to use it one of your tractors, I guess. And like mentioned before, since we got this big shed, why not just drive it through? That way I don't have to back up this mower. Let me just stop my worker in the McCormick before they cause a big mess. But those mowers right there that I'm using, mowers. Think of no, mowers right here. So the butterfly mower costs $149,500, and the front mower is $15,000, and the working width is a 12.3 compared to the Sam's. I don't even know how to pronounce that, but that's a 9.5, and the Chrome base game Chrome is a 10 meter wide. So yeah, a little bit more expensive, but then again, that's what you would expect when you're buying a bigger mower. Hello, Mr. Ulrich. Welcome. Thanks for dropping on in today. But I do have to have a look at the mods, because someone said the big Chrome M with the PTO shaft released this week, and I missed it. Grassland. Mowers. I do not see the big Chrome M with the PTO shaft on the mod hub. So unless I'm looking in the wrong category. Yeah, I don't see the big Chrome M, but I could be looking in the wrong category. Now, it has happened before where a mod has come out and then Giants takes it right back down because it was not supposed to be on the list to be released. So there's that's always a possibility. All right, stock market pays. Let's see if there's anything I should be selling. So butter and cheese is not dark green. Yeah, we got some wood I could sell. And yeah, pretty much nothing else. Eggs are starting to pile up. We got $90,000 worth of eggs currently. And lettuce is starting to pile up again. So that's all good. It looks like we are just about done weeding our first sorghum field. We're just zipping on through the months lately here in Riverview, it seems like. Getting ready to just skip on over to June for harvest season. Oh. It's like a snap of a finger and the fog just disappeared. So all of our fields should be in pretty darn good shape. But I'm guessing we may have some fields that I'm going to have to put some lime in this year. Breakfast today was non-existent because I slept in this morning, and for me sleeping in means yeah, I was only up for like about 40 minutes before I started the stream. I had time to do nothing this morning. As you probably remember, my sleeping patterns are kind of like crap. And I think last night was the night where my body said, now you're going to sleep. So I slept pretty good last night. I slept right through my alarm this morning. And I pretty much woke up 40 minutes before the stream was to start. But the stream started on time, and here I am. All right, Terry, thanks for dropping on in today. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. And hope to see you back sometime soon. Good to see all these weeds disappear. So yeah, other than just checking on a few things like the greenhouses mainly, I think we're all set for the month of May. And our fields, all of them, are set for harvest season. Drop off the hoe, and one thing I will start on, though, is get the JCB into our grass field that we just cut. and start putting in some more digestate, which we should have plenty of. Drop this right off in front of our fertilizer spreader, which, yeah, it's usually one of the first things I buy when I get on the map. And then once we get some digestate to use, then I don't ever really use it again. Tanker is right behind me. And yeah, we don't have to worry about the worker anymore now with the tree being gone. Milk, 32,000 liters. Man, the slurry is already back up to 65. Is that keeping up with all this stuff? I mean, somewhat, but not really. So may have to, in the future, just sell slurry and manure. Or put down another BGA to process that. Now let's go ahead and fast forward to this month and we'll get into our harvest season. Just sit here and watch egg spawn. Egg spawn simulator. So we'll have 3 barley fields to harvest in June. Chickens will be happy to see that. We'll use our new grain cart as well, because why not? Even though we're just around here at the farm. Again, we're just going to 10 o'clock. I don't mind the rain, just don't need hail and twisters this year. You're going to try the next pack. That pack is rather expensive. But I mean, if you got the fields, I guess it's not a bad one to try. I'm not sure how I feel about that pack yet. I mean, I'm sure it has its place, but I don't know where that is yet. My place for that pack right now is to stay inside the shop. Yeah, let's go ahead and call it a night here, and we'll get really busy in... Oh, I didn't check out the greenhouses, but I'm sure they're fine. No, they're not. They're out of water. All of them. That was terrible. McCormick. I swear I just put water in those greenhouses, but I am zipping through the months, aren't I? Can't let the greenhouses run dry. That's, I want to say, our bread and butter of the farm, but I mean, you saw how much lettuce that we sold. We definitely need to keep this going. Yeah, all the crops are dead in there. Yep, the crops look dead in this one as well. And it looks like I'm going to run out of water for the third one. Luckily, we got ourselves a little pond around the corner. Go ahead, steal some chickens. I got so many chickens, they'll reproduce rather quickly. There we go. That should take water as it needs it there. Oh, let me turn my lights off. All right, now we can call it a night. Sale page. I kind of forgot about that. Well, yep, that trailer's gone. A Fendt combine for sale again. That sounded like hail right there. And nothing in the sale page for us, but you can see our barley field is all set to go. Let's take care of our chickens. Make sure we get rid of the egg, not get rid of the eggs, but move them. That burger actually sounds pretty darn good, Mr. Ulrich. Don't have any Whataburgers around where I am at, but that burger sounds really, really good. Of course, I haven't had nothing to eat yet today, so anything's probably going to sound good. All right, gentlemen, start your engines for the combine. Get this field done first because I may want to sell that wood that we got. I also want to get the JCB behind us with the forage wagon to pick up the straw. Let's see how me and the harvester and the header get along today. Let me enable straw swath. Raise up the headers a little bit. Don't be getting upset at me about the burgers. I didn't mention no. I didn't bring up the burgers, but it does sound good. How much further you got to go on that grass field? Okay, you got a moment. Let me go ahead and just turn this off. I will get... Nope, that's what I wanted. So grab our new grain cart. Oh, the one thing about this grain cart, though, I'm not going to be able to feed the chickens with that. Well, alright, back to... Yeah, I guess I should have got the other trailer, I think. I mean, that trailer would be good for the sugar beet. And yeah, I probably should top off the 1050 with some diesel while I'm waiting for the JCB. This diesel we bought a while ago, we bought 10,000 liters of it, filled up the fuel tank here. And I've gone through about half the fuel at this point. There is rain in the forecast for today, so I should see... Oh, the rain's going to be here soon. Let me put the time scale at ×1. Well, you know what? The McCormick is free, so let's just, instead of waiting for the JCB, we'll just use a McCormick on the forage wagon. Hello, Ruin. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Thanks for dropping on in today. Oh, yeah, probably got some silage. Let's grab the silage out of here. How much feed are the cows going through, though? Alright, so they're not really going through a whole bunch of it yet. I mean, they're going through at a pretty good rate. I'll have to see how many cows we actually got in the cow barn now. I don't know. It's been a while since we checked. And the straw that we're collecting, we'll just go ahead and sell that at the farmer's market down the road. We're getting straw being made up here already, so I can give that to the cows. Actually, it's probably not bad I got the McCormick on the forage wagon, because after I get done harvesting the barley field, I can just grab the JCB, which already has a tanker on it, and start fertilizing the barley fields. Alright, follow the combine, please. Let the harvest season really begin. Yep, they're following me right behind, which is good. See, all the barley gonna go right to the chickens. At least we can see the grain going in the combine today. Hello, Arctic. Welcome. Hope you're having a fabulous Wednesday so far. Yeah, we did get some hail damage in this field, looks like. But if it's only one spot... Yeah, looks like only this one spot right here. It's not too bad. No, maybe got more hail damage. The barley was hiding the hail damage. There's a little bit over here as well. Make sure the workers are still behind us, which they are. Empty out the combine when I get to the end of this row. And then when I jump out of the combine, we'll have a quick look to see if the field requires lime afterwards. Made it to the end of the row. Let's see. Yep, needs lime. So this field need to be touched up before I replanted it. While I'm filling up the trailer, let me have a look at the stock market page and what do we got here. Yeah, I think probably just go sell the wood. If the sawmill might be empty, and it is. So we have all the wood that we're going to get currently. I need to sell methane. And contracts here. May start seeing some plowing and cultivating contracts coming up, being harvest season for barley. May get a work up to harvest the next barley field. Actually, all my tractors will be in use. Just realized that. I was like, yeah, I'll have a worker harvest a barley field and we'll go sell the wood, but McCormick is going to be following the harvester. The 1050 is on grain duty and the JCB is going to be fertilizing this field. I mean, I suppose I could use a JCB and get the field fertilized afterwards. Actually, I need to do another headland on this side here. Don't really have the room to turn around. Nice the AI behind you stop before running into you when you unload. Yeah, the follow me mod is a great mod to have. That's something that the base game worker will not do. Oh, the audio glitch? For me, here on Riverview, from what it seems to be, when I go... Oh, my header is too far up. That should be good. Yeah, so the audio glitch appears to be when I get too many pallets inside the shed for pallet and bale storage. So when we sold all the eggs last November, the audio glitch went away And it just came back today when I got too many, well, I won't say I got too many pallets in the storage area, but when I got more pallets back inside the storage area, the audio glitch came back. So it seems like if you got one of those storage sheds that can hold pallets and bales, if you get too many in there, that's when the audio glitch appears, at least on this map. But I've had people tell me they got the same audio glitches on other maps. I don't know if it's near a bale and pallet storage bin or not. But that's what's causing it here. And I remember now I had the same thing happen in 22 on the hinterland. If you remember the hinterland series, I had a pallet and bale storage shed that held like 750. Not only did it drop my frames when I got over 500 items in there, but I lost audio going around there also. Alright, time to unload, and this will be a good place as any. Again, I would like to use the new grain cart. The problem is, then I have to take the grain cart up to the silo. Then I have to use this trailer to take the grain out of the silo to go feed the chickens. So, at this, after doing that, I might as well just use this one still and feed the chickens. Audio glitch is not map specific, it's something that can creep into any map. It was noticeable in MP games. And welcome back, Cavalier Roy. Yeah, I was mentioning that I had the same problem in 22 on Hinterland with those storage sheds causing audio glitches. Or even some cases, because I was using one that held like 750 pallets, I think. My frame rate didn't like it too much when I got near it either. I'm curious, I don't know how many pallets I got in there now, but that's roughly the amount of pallets I have. Ooh, I'm glitching into the wall. But the number of pallets I got in there now is when the audio started to glitch again. But it seems like the more I get in there at this point, it happens more and more. And it's funny, you still hear like the ambient noise a little bit, but yeah, so I got 60 pallets in there currently. So somewhere around 50 or 60 pallets is when it starts to do it. Hopefully it's something Giants can work on. I guess I'll have to lift a header. I try not to lift a header because I'm using the mod that allows me to adjust the header height, which I have to with this combine. But every time I lift a header, it resets to the base game. So I try not to lift a header if I don't have to. I would play fetch with Sam around here, but Sam likes chasing the squirrels too much. My header might be a little bit too tall, too high. Not sure. As much as I like the combine, having to deal with a header height a little bit is it's getting to me sometimes. But financially, I'm not set to swap this out with a different combine yet. And it's another combine. I had the same issues with this combine in 22. Come back at that piece in a little while. Darn it. And this is why this combine is starting to frustrate me. If the header's too low, it digs into the ground. If I try to raise up a little bit too much, we miss the crops. Now, usually if I do this field right, but I don't think I did it right today, I can get this in one more pass. But I think it's going to get wider as I go along. Can't you move the storage somewhere else? I probably could. So I do got the mod that allows me to move placeables, but since that was on the map, I'm not sure if they'll be capable of moving it. Not sure. I mean, I like the location of it. It's just, I mean, I'm okay with the audio situation for the most part. But even with the header up, and when I turn with this combine, it just slowed down to 4, which you would think with that much horsepower, it shouldn't have a problem turning, I would think. This may fill up the trailer. I'm going to have to get dismiss the worker for a little bit because I got to get the header off the combine to get it across to the other field. Oh, okay, so we didn't fill up the trailer. Alright, shoot it across the road. I don't think I'm going to put the McCormick on follow me for picking up the straw. I think I can do that afterwards. It's not that big of a field, because that could cause some complications. Did I leave myself enough room to get here? Not really, did I? That was a bad... should have got the header a little bit closer to the field, but this will work. And nope, thought that'll be close enough, but I guess not. There we go. And just hire a worker, because I have no idea where that's going to want to start off at. Got a deer roaming around the farmyard. Wonder if I get enough barley to top off the chickens. I'm guessing not. What the heck is my worker doing? Talking about making a mess of things. I'm glad I didn't put a worker to follow that, because my follow me worker would have a fit. What the heck is it doing? You know what? It's probably not better to sit there and watch that, because that is terrible. I did miss a little bit of barley here, but you know what? We'll just drive over it so that way it doesn't bother anyone. There we go. Alright, let's go. We'll go sell this wood at the harbor. I have no idea what that worker is doing. Try courseplay in that field. I'm want to try courseplay because, like I said, it's been a few months since I've really used it, and maybe a few things have changed with it. So I'll probably end up using courseplay a little bit on Penye, just so I get refreshed with it and learn a little bit more about it for 25. So I want to do a little bit more off camera with it. Hello, Brian. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. And also, very generous of you dropping... Whoop, yep, see, reading chat like always. But very generous of you dropping a donation. Very much appreciated. Thanks for dropping on in today. So far, I'm doing okay. Can't complain. I actually slept pretty well last night, which made me wake up rather late. Felt a little rush getting the stream started today, but it's all going well. Alright, so we don't... Oh, didn't know I was going to have more to spawn. Yep, that is everything. Sawmill sounds like it's running, but technically there's nothing there. It's kind of like me. I'm here, but really there's nothing here. So we're just going to sell this at the harbor. Ah, there's Sam. Sam was hiding in the wheat field. So I don't know how much money I got on here. Let's see, we got 6,000 liters of long planks. That usually goes for about 1,200 a piece. We got 9,000 liters of planks. I think they go for about 1,000. And wood beams, we got 4,000 liters of that. And those usually go for 3,000? Be nice if I had $40,000 worth of material here, but I don't think I got that much. And again, the sawmill is just there just to help us get rid of the trees that originally cut down, because those would have been a pain to bring somewhere to sell. Also missed breakfast. I'm not really a breakfast person. I got to be up for hours before I can really just dive right into having some food. And as far as my health goes, I'm healthy-ish. Not too bad. 35,524. And somehow my worker is blocked by an object. Well, we'll be back there shortly. Is it really the 1050 blocking the harvester? I kind of parked that off to the side. I don't remember the AI worker harvesting that field last time having issues, but that was like doing some weird stuff. I'm sure after the stream I'll be digging into food. Don't know what I'll have yet, but I'll dig into something. You're the same way, can't eat when you get up. I'm not one to roll out of bed and be like, oh, bacon, eggs, and hot water and honey or whatever. Let me get up. I need a couple hours to start rolling around on the earth before I can really even think about food. Alright, Ruin, thanks for dropping on in today and hope you enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. Appreciate you spending some time here and hope you come back sometime soon. Alright, let's see what mess my workers got themselves into up here. Yeah, I'm guessing they're not happy with my Fent being there. I'll bring this down over here because the greenhouses might need to be emptied out. Let's see what the greenhouses are looking like. Yeah, the greenhouses are full. Alright, yeah, yeah. We'll get rid of the worker. I mean, they made an outright mess here. Oh, and we got the, I got the glitch back. How full is that combine visually? Well, absolutely nothing in it. Well, I do know if I were to save the game and reload it, that will fix that little visual glitch, but for now, it'll do. Oh, the JCB. Let me get that into the field we just harvested. And we'll start putting down a layer of fertilization. Was that the comment about bacon and pancakes? If you're having pancakes, you better have real maple syrup and not that store-bought stuff. You want some ice cream? Well, unfortunately, since we're not making ice cream anymore from Fresh Stocks, I don't know if those ice cream trucks even have ice cream to sell. Is log cabin real syrup? Real maple syrup is going to cost quite a bit. I don't know what the current price of maple syrup is. But usually true maple syrup costs about $50 a gallon. 50 US dollars per gallon. Probably higher nowadays with the inflation. That's one thing I never really do. If I do go out to eat for breakfast at a restaurant, I will not order stuff like pancakes, French toast, or anything that requires maple syrup unless they offer real maple syrup, because that fake stuff is just brown sugar water to me. I'll tell you what, though, I am thinking about really hard about this combine. I think I went past the combines. $653. And I got one for $480 something. Maybe swap it out for the Lexion. Can I get tracks on the Lexion? Continentals. I can get tires on it. I don't know, I'm not feeling this combine. Not keen with chilies in your ice cream. Well, we did make the strawberry ice cream. I clicked past it with the one with the tracks. I mean, I was just kind of curious about the prices and all that kind of stuff. My mind was drifting when I was clicking on the tires, really. I was trying to figure out if I wanted to give this combine a little bit more time, but... And it may not be the combine, but I didn't have really problems with the headers before. Wait, who's blocked by an object? The JCB is blocked. Yeah, that's being blocked by an object. Hang on a second. We'll pretend that was not even there. You like Canadian maple syrup? How dare you? I used to get my maple syrup for free. I used to go through a lot of maple syrup when I got it for free. How are the chickens looking? I know they're not going to be full on this, but yeah, we're getting there. All right, let's go empty out the combine. So you said the Lexian had tracks and went right past it, huh? Oh, the Kloss. It does add 25,000 to it. So it's only on the Kloss? Yeah. I mean, the capacity is a little bit lower. But I mean, it's not the worst thing. All right, let's go ahead and unfold. Nope. Unfold that. Well, I've made up my mind. We're going to the store. We're going to go fix and repair this combine. I'm going to swap it out. And since repair and repainting is free, I should get some pretty good value on this combine. Loads of ice cream trucks here. Here comes the third one. Alright, yeah, repair, since it costs nothing. Wow, repaint for 72,000, that's ridiculous. And sell it. I'm without a combine. Alright, yeah, the Lexian. Eventually, I mean, if this works out fine, we'll probably bump it up to something else. But for today, and that's all I really need to do. 430. All right, let's go ahead and grab that one. And let's see how this one performs with that header. I do believe this one does have the hitch on the back to haul around header trailers, I hope. It should have. Paint prices don't get you started. Well, right now the paint prices are free. Well, it says they're going to charge you, but in case you didn't know, you can repair and repaint is kind of free of charge right now in Farming Simulator world. So, I mean, yeah, it could be the header. Could have been the combine, I'm not sure. Could have been just a combination of both. But I feel like it might have been the combine. And again, I didn't leave myself a whole lot of room to do this. But since I'll be harvesting the field, let me go ahead and get the McCormick back on the forage wagon to follow me. Sam is sitting in the shade in the shed, enjoying his time, I guess. Alright, fire up the header. We on straw swath or not? No, we're not. Is the auger long enough? Yeah, the auger is plenty long enough. Alright, that's good. Can you buy something on sale, fix it, and resell it to make a profit, I wonder? Very easily now, because you're buying something that's worn out. So, I mean, in a way, yeah, you're going to repair it and repaint it at no charge. So, I mean, you're going to make a huge profit because you're not paying for the repair and repaint if you're going to do it that way. If, let's say the repair and repaint system was not broken, and you were paying for the repair and repaint, you will make a slight profit, but not really a whole lot. But yeah, as of right now, you'll make loads of money because you can buy something that's used, repair, repaint it for free, and you'll get the full value of the equipment. So very easy to make money on that. So as of right now, just getting a feel for it. This setup feels a lot better than the ideal. Even if you don't repair and repaint used machinery, you still make a profit. Giants is usually pretty good at the financial side of things. I'm surprised. Well, Giants has a lot of issues they still need to fix at 25, so baby steps, I guess. All right, Skender, enjoy the rest of your evening as much as you can, and hopefully the big guy doesn't become too much of an issue for you later on. But thanks for being here, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Just figured I'd come up here and empty out the trailer. I would guess if I use the ideal combine with the headers that come with it, I'm pretty sure that combine works perfectly fine. It's ironic it's called ideal. Yeah, it's not quite ideal for that header setup. I mean, I just got the Lexion, so I got to give it a little bit more time to see how it performs, but I'm not really having to lift up the header. The corners are still a little bit of an issue, but I think that's the header. That's a header problem with the wheels digging in. But just a quick headland around, I will say it's performing a lot better. I assume, I can't remember if those combines came, if I do combinations. Yeah, so it does come with its own headers in the pack. As you can see, ACO, Ideal Pack, Mod. So it does come with its own headers. But as for sunflower and corn headers, they do not. But the other thing I mentioned about the Ideal Combine, if you remember, I always talked about the RPMs on the Combine, always, most of the time, being maxed out. And you can see with this Combine, I hardly ever see it get maxed out. And I just remember the same things in FS22 with the Ideal Combine. I love the Ideal Combine and the way it looks and everything. It just, performance-wise in game, I see flaws with it. But again, like I said, if I probably use like one of the headers that come with it in the mod pack, it may work perfectly fine. but not having to lift up the header off the ground a little bit already is a nice thing I'll have to deal with. But again, it just just started with this field with this combine, so I could run into issues with this header and combine in other fields later on, but it's a good start. And also, this combine may not be as wide as ideal, so it might be getting down the roads might be a little bit easier. So at some point I do want to upgrade the header as well. But now I may have to look at after I upgrade the combine again, because this is not going to be the biggest combine I think we're going to have on the farm. Although looking at the auger, I probably could go maybe one more size up on the header on this combine. Okay, just bring this over here so we can unload it. So yeah, when we harvest the wheat field, the sorghum fields, all the fields after this, we'll probably use the other grain cart, which holds a lot more. I think that holds like 60,000 liters. Again, I'm just using this because with the other cart, I cannot unload the grain into the chicken coop with that. Don't have the room. I think that combine cost me a little bit more than the ideal combine did, but that's okay. If it performs a little bit better, it's worth it. I cut that corner so much, I think I might want to smooth that out and just make the road go around that corner a little bit better. Yeah, I'm not sure the other grain cart would fit in here. And then of course the way it tips will be a little bit weird. Is this going to take... Oh, yeah. Alright, so we're going to have to go up to the silo to empty out the rest. So the chickens are full. I still think I got a little bit of sorghum left in the silo. Again, this silo I think holds 800,000 liters, so we're barely filling up the silo. And really the only thing I should be putting in here is feed for the chickens. Everything else should be shipped off to a grain mill or a production building of some sort. And again, that field to the right, we bought that yesterday. So we own that wheat field. The yield's going to be about 83%. It needed to be plowed, but I mean, 83% is not bad for a field you bought and don't have to do any work to it. Actually, I probably should have swapped out grain carts, knowing now I can just go up to the silo for the rest. Yeah, not having to deal with a header height. It's just one less thing I have to think about and do every time I lift up the header and put it back down. Yeah, when I still make the corners, I still think the wheel on the right-hand side, I think that's digging into the ground a bit. Still when I do turns. But it's not as noticeable as it was with the Ideal. Let the straw come out the back before I turn too much. Yeah, so it looks like when it comes time to harvesting the sorghum, depending how much crop I get off this field here, I think the majority of the sorghum is going to be going down to the grain mill for flour. And of course, we have the wheat field for flour. We're going to have loads of flour. But hopefully with the sugar plant, we'll get a lot of yeast. We make a lot of dough in the bakery, and then we can start making a whole bunch of other products. Oh, I just realized I probably should have emptied out. Don't worry, it looks like I'm going to make it down anyways. Am I going to make cake without flour? No. We made cakes on fresh stocks. And the bakery here offers a lot of different things that the base game doesn't. So we're going to be making sandwiches, we're going to be making donuts, a few different type of things. So just to kind of go over it again here. So yeah, we'll probably be making maybe cookies. Dough we'll have to make other material, but donuts. Pancakes, pizza we're making, sandwiches we'll make. And yeah, even waffles. Oh wait, so one of these require honey. Wait, what requires honey? Something here requires honey. I forgot what it was. Or I'm thinking of, oh, right here, pancakes, sorry. Pancakes require honey. So probably not pancakes. But I mean, with all the other stuff I just showed, the bakery would be busy enough. So I mean, pancakes not that big of a deal. I just don't want to. I mean, who knows? I may put down beehives later on, and I'll change my mind. But as of right now, yeah, we'll skip on the honey. Followers stop. Oh, I bet you're full of. You must be full of it. You must be full of straw. Yeah, even right there, when I turned the combine around, I lifted the header up off the ground when I turned 180 degrees. The ideal combine didn't really pick up speed at all, and this one did. I mean, it's a lot of little things, but yeah, to me, the ideal combine, I'm just having issues with it. It may be a me thing. But maybe I'm the issue. But overall, I'm already liking the I should say upgrade. I'm glad I switched over to the Lexion. I just think the money will start making once we get the bakery up and going and making all those type of products. We'll be buying fields over here left and right. But I guess it does also come down to how much sugar we get out of our sugar beet field. And also the yeast. Need the yeast. This is our last barley field to harvest for the season. But in July, I think that wheat field, if they planted it in the first month, they could plant wheat. That'll be ready next month. If not, then of course it'll be August. Yep, definitely I am glad I swapped it out, the combine. It's unfortunate, but yep, I'm going to fill up the trailer. I'm not going to empty out the combine, but I wonder if I can get the rest in the combine off the field here. This is the Lexian. What's the other one called? Oh, it is still Lexian, just that it's an 8,000, not a 6,900. And yeah, we did use the CR11 in fresh stocks. The AF11, I kind of want to save that for a different series, so probably upgrade up to the bigger Lexian next time. And that is, wait, how much was that one? There was a reason why, oh, 653. It's like $250,000 more than this one here. But maybe do I really need it? I mean, I think the only thing it's going to offer is more horsepower in a bigger capacity. Well, we can put that on the shopping list, but it'll be further down the shopping list. After I buy the sugar factory, as I mentioned earlier in today's stream, I need to start looking at buying one of the grass fields. I forgot what field number it was, but it's not that far from here. I think it's actually one of the starting fields that you would get, just because of the cows. All right, Anita, thanks for being here. Hope you enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. It is Wednesday. Yeah, it is Wednesday. I've been saying Wednesday all through the entire stream. And for some reason, my brain was just like, is it Wednesday? Yes, it is. It's going to be close if I can get the rest of this crop into the combine without having to unload. But I think it will all fit. This field here should not need lime. I think we did that last season when we bought it with green beans. And I think, yeah, this is the field I put soybeans into it. And yeah, easily we're going to fit the rest of the field into the combine. So yesterday's stream, we earned tons of money. But as one farmer does throughout the winter months in Farming Simulator. And today, yeah, we're pretty much not going to be making... I mean, we're making money, just that we're not seeing it show up in the bank account yet. One day it will. Well, it's only one field I harvested with it, but definitely this combine is performing a lot better with at least this header anyways. Alright, we'll bring this back to the other barley field and kind of park it on the side. Get it ready for the wheat harvest. And we got the harvest done before the rain got here, but I did put the time scale at ×1, so that's not much of a surprise. And even if it did start to rain, I think it was only going to rain for a couple of hours before it cleared up again. Yeah, we'll park that right there. It's a good spot for it. So I think, actually, the 3 barley fields, let's see, we got a full chicken coop, so that's 100,000. I don't know how much I put into the silo already, and this is another 24,000, so I think all of the sorghum that we're going to be harvesting can go to the grain mill. Still wish Giants would add about 1 meter to the length of the drawbars for the headers and header trailers. Well, I will say the MacDon mod pack that I'm using, those drawbars are long enough. So yeah, if you're looking for a header that converts into its own header trailer, that MacDon mod pack is a good one because those drawbars are longer. Notice the cotton harvester on the mod hub is only $2.99 the case. I had a quick look at that. Oh, wait, don't want to go here with it. I had a quick look at that, and there's actually, I don't know, there's, if you upgrade it though, it will cost about the same price. I'm not sure exactly what the difference is. I just noticed when I went over the farm products, it was gonna, it said I could dump off that crop there. Oh, probably to make seed. No, that takes wheat. So what would the barley be for? Oh, the barley is there to make pig food. But yeah, the name of those headers in that mod pack that I'm using is just called the MacDon FD2 pack. And currently I'm using the smallest one because when we started here, it's all I could really use. So you can go up from a 13 meter all the way up to a 19.2 meter wide header. Almost ran into my butter and cheese. Let's get the rest of that barley. All right, Retmar, thanks for dropping on in today. Appreciate you being here. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow. The barley fields have paid off this year. Of course, last year we only had 2 barley fields. This year we got 3. Let me see how much barley I actually put up here in storage. Yeah, we're going to be over 50,000 liters of barley. And I got a little sorghum left over. So, yeah. And, of course, the chicken coop does hold 100,000, right? 100,000? Yeah, 100,000 liters. All right, so we got enough chicken feed for the next year. So all the sorghum can be brought to the grain mill when it's ready for harvest. I am going to drop off the trailer here, because as for the rest of the fields, I want to use the other grain cart, which holds 60,000 liters. Not sure when I'll need it, but right now I'll go there. Now I got to go... Whoop, wait a minute. Let me turn off the combine. Is there a way to be able to borrow more than 50,000 loan at a time? Do you mean like 5,000? So like when you go into finances, you can borrow, it says repay 5,000, borrow 5,000. You got to click it each individual time. Did you mean 5,000? Because as for changing this, I don't think so. But I mean, can you borrow more? If you're saying, can you borrow more than 50,000? As for the base game, I think you can borrow up to 1 million. But if you know how to edit XML files, you can definitely borrow as much as you want. If you know how to do the XML file stuff. Heck, back in FS19, we talked about a few times, I set up a Let's Play where I had a $55 million loan. Obviously, the game won't let you borrow that much, but you can edit the files that way. Come on, Sam, get out of the road. want to borrow a mill, but the max I'm getting is 50,000. You should be able to borrow $1 million. Not sure why you'd be restricted to 50,000. $9,437 for all the straw we just sold. That's nice. I must admit, it's been a long time since I actually borrowed money through the financial page, because usually when I start a Let's Play, I just edit the XML files and do it that way. So I repay the loan using that page, but borrowing money is something I have not done through that page. So is that changed from the way it was in FS22? Because honestly, like I said, I haven't borrowed money that way in Farming Simulator since like FS17 probably. I always just dive right into the XML file and say, this is why I want to start with a loan. Although on Western Australia, that's the series I use the enhanced loan system mod, and I did love that mod. And it sounds like it's kind of that way now. Well, this field's going to be all set for replanting. See, it's one of those things that I'm unfamiliar with because with the loan system, yeah, I haven't done it that way in ages, so I'm glad you guys have some of the answers for that, because I sure as heck don't. I do know when we start on a map now, we can say, I want to start with this much money and that much of a loan, but there's a limit on that as well. But the way I've done it so far in 25 is I get on the map as a start from scratch. I load into the game, save the game, go into the XML file, and change the numbers to the way I want it to be. Which usually I just do is I just match my money. So if I want, like on Riverbend Springs, I wanted to start with 5 million. So we had 5 million in the bank, but we owed 5 million back to the bank on a loan. Fresh stocks was 2 million. Yeah, I think it was 2 million. And I think we started with 2 million here as well. Penier was simple. Penier was zero money, zero loan. Which, by the way, don't forget, tomorrow there will be an episode of Penier. And it sure was an interesting one. If you start that way, you only get 1 million loan. It won't give you the cash with the loan. No, but you should be able to set it up that way. You do have the option when you start, at least from what I remember, it's been a few weeks, but you can start with a certain amount of money and also a certain amount of money owed. But again, I would just dive right into the XML file and change the stats to where I want them to be. It's a nice thing to know how to do XML files and all that kind of stuff, but it definitely opens up a whole new world of how to play the game when you can change things. I think I got a little bit more straw over here. Don't really need to go around and collect it too much. Oh yeah, there might have been one down here as well. Did I grab this little swath that was here? Yes, I did. Need to post a screenshot of my Penier from farm equipment on Discord. I was finally able to buy a harvester and a mower for that game. Just in time for your grass and oats for harvest. Yeah, that sales page can be, to me that's a fun challenge. I know some people don't like the challenge, having to wait for something to come up for sale in the used section. But it definitely changes the way you look at the game and how it's played, and it can add excitement. Also, I don't want to say frustration, but waiting for that particular item or certain type of equipment to come up for sale. Here comes the rain. Hello, RC Mark. Welcome. Some may think they are starting with 1 million money and another 1 million from a loan, but it doesn't work that way. I wouldn't have thought of, I mean, that's one way of maybe some people are looking at it. Let's get the rest of this straw picked up. It just started raining, so this straw is still kind of on the dry side. Wait, I still haven't decorated the cow pasture. It's going to be one of those things I talk about every once in a while. And before you know it, the end of the series will be here, and I haven't done it yet. So we'll have to look at doing that sometime soon. I know I probably said that 3 times, 4 times already by now. All right, John, appreciate you being here. Hope you sleep well and have a good Thursday. Three more swaths of straw. And again, yeah, my cows could use some straw, but the farm production on top of the hill, we are getting straw from other processes that are happening up there. So we'll grab the straw from up there and bring it to the cow barn. Need to look at putting some more silage additive into this forage wagon as well. It may look like we're almost empty. As far as the container is, it's showing 0%. But that 6 liters would go quite a long ways, honestly. Not that I need it for the straw, but for our grass work. So probably get about, what, $5,000 for this straw? But it's better than chopping it up and putting it on the ground. Although if I did that, I would get the mulching state. But I'd rather get the 5,000. That field looks a little bit better. That worker kind of made a mess of it. At least at the beginning part, it did. All right, Farmable, thanks for being here like always. Appreciate you. And just like with John, I hope you sleep well tonight and have a good Thursday. While that is unloading, let me just check something here. All right. Oh, I didn't see how much we sold that for. But either way, it's sold. Let's see, I'm not going to need the forage wagon for... I will need it for the wheat field. So I guess I'll park this right next to the combine. Actually right here, because the opening of the field's right behind me, so I don't need to park it that close. This field needs lime also. So the first barley field, we got the stage of fertilization down into it. Does that need lime? Yeah, I think that one needs lime. Yep, so this one needs lime, and this one needs lime. Actually, we did get a good amount of hail damage. You can see where the hail damage was because the fertilization is still showing. And this one does not need lime, just needs fertilization. As for our sugar beet field, let's see how that's looking. Well, it's looking like sugar beet. That's what it's looking like. %95 yield, so can't wait to get to that in October. But yeah, it needs lime, needs fertilization. But yeah, in July, I would assume. But if not July, it'll be August. We'll have this wheat here. 82% yield. It is double fertilized. Does not need lime, does not have weeds. But unfortunately, it did need to be plowed. But that farmer did not plow the field. So we'll get off the field what we get. All this is going to go down to the grain mill. And same for our sorghum. We got these this sorghum field here and this sorghum field here. All this crop here is going to go down to the grain mill. We're going to be making lots and lots of flour moving forward. Oh yeah, I was going to check on the cows because I want to see how many cows we are up to. 225 currently is what we're at on the cows. Beef cattle. Yep, so these 10 right here just got to wait for another year at least before they're at max price. And of course, our dairy cattle. Yeah, this has got to be the cutoff right here. All these cattle, 40, 60, 80, 100. We got 100 cattle right now giving us, well, 102, giving us milk. So it's just a matter of the other ones getting up there. All right, Robert, appreciate you being here. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Hope you have a good Thursday. Apparently we got $5,500 for that straw. Like I said, it's better than nothing. So yeah, hopefully some contracts will come in July so I can start. I don't care about baling. I'm looking. Well, there's a cultivating one. And a plowing contract. All right, let me accept a plowing contract. And cultivating one, I will borrow. But I'll probably get those contracts started here in a little while, and we'll collect on those because I need the money for the sugar plant. Need $240,000 for that, so I'm halfway there. But of course, we got stuff on the farm we can sell, and we will. But it should not be a problem. We don't need it until October, anyways. But yeah, I think this is a good place to end it for today because I got those contracts to get kind of started up. And can I jump over that hedge? There we go. And yeah, got some stuff to do. And before we get involved into harvesting a big field, be a good place to wrap it up for today. So appreciate you being here on a Wednesday watching me farm on Riverview. Pretty darn good day, I do believe. And yeah, we did swap out the combine, and I think that combine is working. I'm working better with it. That's definitely don't have any issues with that as of yet. But it's only been one field, but it worked pretty darn good compared to what I was doing with the ideal. Yeah, if you're still here and if you haven't done so, hitting that thumbs up button on the bottom of the screen does more than you know. Thumbs down buttons there as well. Get that if you like to, but leave a comment as to why, but no one ever does. And yeah, if you're new here, might want to think about hitting that subscribe or notification bell so you don't miss out more content like this. But yeah, hopefully I will see you all tomorrow for more farming here on Riverview. But until then, have a good one.